Hey guys, can you hear me? Test, test. Dude, OBS is scuffed. Just spent 30 minutes trying to troubleshoot. Alright, we're good. It's like every time I turn on my computer and try to log into OBS, it's like a gamble if it's going to work or not, or if I'm gonna have to reset everything. I don't get it. I do not get it at all.
Lunik says China was slow rolling rare earth magnets. So currently speaking on CNBC.
Hmm.
Lunik says the US did countermeasures because of slow rolling.
So we had a really nice reversal at the lows where we trapped a lot of traders down here. A lot of passive buyers ate up. These sellers were very aggressive into our low. Next candle opened and we were able to maintain our POC. From that reversal candle, we've been able to then push up, holding
Lunik says
POC
that
and
China
value
is going
high
to approve all
on each
applications for
candle so
magnets for US
far.
companies.
Um,
And applications will be approved right away.
it's slowing down a bit.
Lunik adds that Trump and Xi have to approve final wording.
Bit curious to see what happens now. We're still holding POCs, right? We're still in a very clear uptrend, but definitely meeting a bit more sell side pressure. But this looks fine as of right now, right? We're still holding POC of last candle, still in a very clear uptrend, still pushing. Uh, it's just very tight range on the grind up. What's up, Visionary?
Lunik says US and China have positive view. Lunik adds that Chinese side always wants to remove export controls.
A lot of news right now. A lot of news. Just gonna keep an eye, continued hold of this, like 55 to 47 is what we're watching. Just this POC to value low of the previous candle. The value low of the previous candle is our current halfway back off the last 15. So a bit of an interesting area to look at. Again, we're still just maintaining POC here, but we'll watch this. If we don't see a strong bounce here, we'll just be heading back down to 37 for a value high
Lunik on China
retest.
discussions says that our leaders want this to be positive. Also, Lennox said that we're in a great place with China. Lennox says that we have agreed we're going to examine how China can do more business with the US. Lennox says you can say China tariff levels won't change from here.
Watching our push here as we put come down to target into 47s. See what happens. Again, very news heavy right now, so please be careful. We're just waiting for bid to step back in. This is our value edge. Sell side just sweeping down a bit.
Lennox says that China said fentanyl hold is not on the table.
China said they want their fent. If we can get back over 47s, I'm not mad at this. This is a good area where we bounced, but if offer wants to stick from that sweep down, then we'll have issues. We're seeing sell side get absorbed, or sorry, bids get absorbed into 40 so far. If that can hold this 40-47,
Besant says CPI showed
then
yet
we keep
another
going
fantastic
down.
inflation number.
We have a stacked imbalance above that I'd like to be able to play off of. I don't know if they're going to let us. We'll see. Target would be 986 if this holds his offer. Just for the POC shift. This is ES
Lennox
into a
says we
30-second
are
opening
not going to
range.
give China our best chips.
I'd like to see one more like down into 80-86 here. A good area to at least risk off one if you're in a momentum trade.
Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500. Just did see a little bit of
Just our
downside movement
POC
as Lennox
shift.
is speaking.
Okay. So full value rotation here on NQ. We get one more leg down.
Lennox says that used plain parts, ethane, are as a bargaining tool. So again, used plain parts and ethane are as a bargaining tool.
Watching as we push back up into this POC shift. Again, like as soon as POC shifts and then we push below, We offer, we rotate back down to that low. That is our 86 level.
Besson says any
Now
24-hour
we're watching
window
to
is
see if
incorrect
this is
way
going
to
to
view
hold
the bond
offer
market.
here as we push back up for a lower high and then a continuation. Keeping an eye on that. ES and RTY both held at 30-second opening ranges. That's interesting. That's good. Same thing with NQ here. Just need to see if we're going to get this secondary leg down. I'm really focused in on this area above.
Besson highlights that 10-year US yields are down this year.
I think we can probably play around this 37 to 47 or 50, whatever you want to call it. But I would like to see one more leg up and then an offer into this. I want to see a trap if we're going to do it. Because this should be a bid here at 18s. And then we see one more leg up into like 37 to 50. We look for sell side to absorb here. And then we look for push down. Or a very clear reclaim of our value edge at 50. But this is where we should be expecting contention. So we push up one last leg off of 18. Let's keep an eye on this.
Besson says Germany and Japan
37 to
have
50.
high yields for 2025, but the US is down.
Okay. So there's your bounce at 18s, coming up into our PVZ value high and our POC shift, right? So this is where daily POC is sitting. We're watching to see if we can recover this or if this is going to hold offer. My current understanding is that this should be a lower high. But if we do reclaim, we'll be watching for that reclamation across the board. Everything. See what we can do here. Again, this is what I'm watching for in this hold.
Lennox says we're now focusing on other deals.
Last buyer was seen at 18. Coming back into it now.
Lennox says
for our
we're in good
rejection.
shape with a lot of countries, but good shape is not enough for the US.
This is a great first risk off. We're going to need to see a very clear push below this if we want more. This is our opening range high on NQ.
Lennox says deal after deal will start coming next week. Lennox says court rulings on tariffs ultimately won't matter. Lennox says court cases didn't come up with the Chinese.
What court cases? What's up, Ty?
Lennox says that Europe was more than thorny in trade discussions.
I'm just watching to see if NQ can get back over 50s and sustain off of this buyer who's absorbing into 18. Or if this is going to hold offer, and then we can rotate below.
Atlantic says that Europe will probably be at the very end. Besant says AI revolution may lead to productivity breakthrough. Atlantic says China is giving magnets for Chinese students coming to the US. And Atlantic says that China agreed because the US won't go after bank records.
Nicely done.
Atlantic concludes his interview with CNBC. Besant says greatest debt stability would be raising the debt ceiling.
What do I think of the price action last couple of weeks? Weeks? It's kind of crazy. It's been a pretty slow grind for the last couple of days, and then basically like 30 minutes or an hour of consolidation, and then the move happens in like two candles, and then nothing happens, and then the move happens in two candles where we go 100 points. It's a little frustrating. It's definitely a market that requires patience and a plan. where you're going to get stopped out quite a bit in winning trades by just not being patient and letting it run. But I think the market's been okay overall last couple weeks. I'm not mad at it. Could be better. Definitely could be better. But it's definitely still tradable. That's what matters. I think most people are just a little. Most participants right now are just really unsure on what is going on. Because we had a 90-day pause on tariffs, and we were supposed to have all of these trade deals that were supposed to come out, and 0 of them have happened. Absolutely 0. The only one that we had was the UK, which is not, it doesn't matter. So it's kind of concerning, but the market's kind of just slowly rotating back up in this pause. But nothing that Trump has wanted to implement tariff-wise was successful, and we have not recovered since he tried to implement tariffs. And we have had no real
Senator
deals
Thune
that
says
have
he'll
been
keep
made
the
that
Senate
are good
in
for our
session
country.
into the into July 4th recess, if needed, to finish the reconciliation bill.
So I think a lot of people are
That's according to reporter.
a bit squeamish right now because they don't have a great understanding of what's going to happen. And so the market is just like slowly rotating back up, right? Recovering some of these losses, but it's very uncertain still. So that's what makes our action on the daily a bit more indecisive. That's my general feeling. Our offer holding here at our 40 to 50, rotation back down to our 18 absorption. Just watching this area below. Need to get below our 30-second opening range. This is our 30-second opening range high here, off of our offer that was able to absorb these buyers at our 40 to 50. This has to be your first risk off. If we can start to show interest below our 30-second opening range and below this 08 to 18 guy, that'll be a very good sign that we want to continue downward. Other than that, not a ton here. You're not already in a position. This is where we expect our bid to be sitting, at least short term. We need sellers to be able to push through this if we want more. So again, this makes for a great risk off. And let's see if we can push down. Yep. And if you look on Footprint as well, again, like all I did was highlight the stacked imbalance from the sweep from the sell side on the push down. All we did was retrace up from where we thought we would get that bounce at 18s, and then we got our offer. And now we're just watching to see if we can get through this. This candle was just a reversion to our 15-minute VWAP and immediately bounce. And we are now contesting with this buyer who's willing to take in size here. There's not really a great secondary leg down for sellers until we can push through this area. We know that they're absorbing here. We can see it. So it has to be your first risk off. Yeah, this is a really hard area to really want to take any like big size on either direction. I'm just playing off of this 50 to 40, but like we gotta get through this opening range. So hopefully sell side is able to do something with this.
Besson says if prices go up due to tariffs, it'll be one time.
You can't do spreads on Weeble. Is that true? Isn't that what Salt just said? Weeble doesn't allow custom legs on their mobile app. What, they only allow like debits or something? Like what? You might have to have like
Landneck says no
an upgraded
text on
account
deal,
version
just an agreement after
to
G
do like
approves.
3-leg spreads, essentially. Unsure. That would be a guess though. That's how
So that's Landneck now speaking to reporters.
Thinkorswim is. Like you can only do like 2-leg spreads until you get approved.
Landneck says this is the execution of the deal reached in Geneva.
Hmm. Just sitting at 10s here on NQ. Gotta push below this. We gotta get over below this 30-second opening range. ES as well, same thing. Just holding our PVZ. POC to value high. This is just resistance. It's the same as NQ, but we're also just at our 30-second opening range. Need to make this resistant. I'm gonna look below.
Besson, asked if China is a reliable trade partner, says we'll see.
We'll see. I wish I had more size, man. Only having one contract here, it's like I have to kind of risk off. Fuck. Yeah, I was short from 40 to 50. How is that not clear? Confused. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Ugh. It just sucks because like I wanna because like if we break below this 30-second opening range, then this would be an amazing position to stay in for uh, basically the rest of the day. But because this is our VWAP on
Best instance,
Globex
under
at
Biden, China
10s, and
didn't
this is our 30
think
second opening
it had to
range,
stick to deal.
right? I kind of have to just risk off into this until we see this push below, and then this willing to hold for a continuation down. Like my stop can really just sit at 50s, and we can play off this 40 to 50, no problem. But the issue is, it's like if we can't get through this, then we have a problem. So sell side's really trying here, and that's good, but we need to see more from them. Because if they just bid this and then we continue to just absorb sellers into this low, as soon as we pop over 50s, we'll push for new highs. That's my guess. So just gonna give this a minute to play, see what we can do here.
So Besant citing China delegation remarks to him on the phase one deal. So again, Besant said under Biden, China didn't think it had to stick to the deal. And again, that's Besant citing China's delegation remarks to him on the phase one deal.
Your secondary targets for ES would just be this POC shift. So what you're looking for is for us to head down to here, right?
Besant says trade
But we
negotiations
got to
with
get
China
through
with
this
China will be a
again, which
much
is
longer
why it's an
process.
issue. All we're watching for is how this POC, which is the dotted orange line that's here, if we're continuing to hold this as resistance and all of our size is above us, then we should be expecting a rotation back down to where value was found last, which is down here at this 46. The issue is that, again, we're still just maintaining our 30-second opening range. So need to see our VWAPs go offer if we want anything more. So you're going to have buyers that are looking to maintain this, right? So they're looking to hold this low. They're looking to play this back up to POC, with then secondary buyers looking for a continuation on the push and hold with POC going supportive, or a push and hold of these highs. Right, you'll see a secondary buyer to look for this Globex move. That's the biggest issue, is like until we can actually offer this low and rotate this down, we don't have a lot going for us here. It's just going to be balance between this yellow box and this red box. It's the same thing on NQ, just a rotation between these two participants. The buyer that's sitting here absorbing and the seller who's sitting here and who's absorbing. And until we see someone who's willing to take at these lows and shift value, value will persist. There's potentially a secondary short
Besson says
here
it
from
remains to be
20 to
seen whether
30.
tax bill adds to US debt.
If you didn't get in at 40 to 50, we're watching that. If sell side can hold this edge. This would be first target. Second target would be 78. Again, we have to just get below this and then show our opening range low as resistance. It is so key on both ES and NQ. This is our opening range low. It's a great first risk off if you're in shorts from higher. We need to show this as offer. Ideally, what we're looking for here is from this look above, these guys are offsides, we're getting our lower high, we're getting our rotation down. We want to see the offer step in here again at our mid now, and then rotate below, showing this as resistance for rotations down. There is a high likelihood, I don't say high, there's like a 50-50 right now where we can do this instead, where we hold our low, we rotate back up our highs, we take out this seller that's sitting here absorbing, and then we rotate back up through our range. We want to see sellers really try to step in here, reject these highs, and then take out these lows. We're in a much better position when we have our offer flipping from this being bid to this being resistance, right? It is incredibly important for our rotation down if we're going to get that.
Besson says it's impossible to say if all will benefit from the tax bill.
So let's keep an eye on this. We've got our shift of our POCs from our uptrend where we were holding these as supportive. We saw our sellers step down, sweep this. We then held our stacked imbalance off our footprint. We've now rotated down. We are holding our value low of our previous candle from our seller retest, right? This is our value low here. We're now holding that as our offer, and we've now rotated down to our ORL. We want to see this trend continue, which is us holding our value low to POC of this current candle as resistance for this rotation down in the secondary leg. So again, incredibly important that we get through this for any larger moves, or this is just going to be the bottom of balance. Let's see if they can do this. I just exited one contract. I have one runner left, looking for continuation, just playing off of this edge that we have pathed. I'd like to see this push down to 78. This is ES into our opening range low, Russell into our pivot from our last bounce. We want to see sell side sweep this. We have 15 seconds left until new 15s.
Besson says X state is a moving target. Again, Besson says debt ceiling X state is a moving target. Lennox, speaking to reporters now at the White House, says US steel deal will be done reasonably soon. Besson adds the US will reach debt ceiling X state sometime in the middle to late summer. The US has sent diplomatic cable strongly discouraging nations to participate in UN conference on two-state solution between Israel and Palestinians. That's according to Dimash. Countries that take anti-Israel actions on heels of conference will be viewed as acting in opposition to US foreign policy interests and could face diplomatic consequences from the US.
Okay, let's see what we can do here. Sell side needs to be able to absorb here at this 10 to 20. If we step over this and then we see a strong bid over 20s, then sell side's kind of shit out of luck. So this offer's got to be very clear here. Looks good so far. Again, it is incredibly important that we take out these lows from this and then rotate down for the secondary target. First target has to be these lows at 97s. We want to see these be taken, and we want to see that pushed down to 78. Out one more here. Okay. There's our secondary entry.
Besant says that there is a lot of misinformation on the 899 provision in bill.
That's your push down to target. Out one more. Now let's see our reoffer. Yeah, I'm gonna
Besant says
delete
tax cut bill is a fiscal
it's a
bill,
bit too
not
messy
a
for me.
revenge bill.
And everything is played. Oops. Classic. And now you leave a runner. We want to see this edge hold as resistance. And that's that. Same thing on ES. But that is our target.
Besant says that foreign firms are worried on 899 should lobby their own governments. So again, foreign businesses that are worried on 899 should lobby their own governments.
Trying to trade that on multiple accounts was very stressful. But we did it. I got a much better fill on the fucking Ninja Trader account than my actual account. This was on the
According to the
on the Ninja
FT,
Trader one.
Pentagon launches a review to decide if the US should scrap AUKUS. So a reminder with AUKUS, it's a trilateral security partnership between Australia, the United Kingdom, and the US. That's intended to promote a free and open Indo-Pacific.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. We just bounced our 15-minute view up again. So until this goes off, like it's just gonna be rough, dude. I don't know. That's why I was targeting 70, that 78. It's just like, until we can push through that, it's the POC from
We have
period
posted
one,
out the article on the financial newsfeed for you to read through.
right? So like this consolidation that was down here,
So from the
it's
article,
like
the
we
Pentagon
can't
has launched a
really,
review of the 2021 AUKUS submarine deal with the UK and Australia to determine if the US should scrap the project.
we can't really look for more until this auction breaks, and we show that as our resistance here, right? Because we should just expect that price consolidated here for a reason, and that reason led to this upside move, right? So as we rotate back down, this is our basing that we're coming back into.
And further from the
And
FT,
all
they
we
say
did
that
here was
the
show
review has
that this is
triggered
still supportive and seen
anxiety
as
in London
value,
and Canberra.
right? So like if this continues to just maintain its supportive, if we push over 20s, this could just be signaling to us like, hey, we still see this as value and we're seeking higher, right? So if we then pop above this and then this guy goes off sides from the seller who really tried to shift us down, we can trap here and then we can just go up. So it's incredibly important that we see sell side take in size here, trap, and then rotate us down and then continue. Or again, like we will squeeze shorts who just failed to push and shift value, and then we will rotate up, which seems very likely at right now. So we'll see what happens
Germany's
here. Back
Chancellor
into our
Merz
offer.
says US and China trade agreement doesn't harm the EU. Also, according to the Wall Street Journal, Musk retreats on Trump attacks after call with JD Vance and Susie Wiles.
Yeah, as of right now, they're still here. See what they do into like 05, 07. This is where that buyer was last, so it's potentially worth playing off of. I could see this being a positioning right now for upside. See what we can do. I'm flat, by the way. I'm just waiting. I got stopped there on my last contract into 20s. I will wait to see if we can bid here.
We have posted out the article on the financial newsfeed. Again, Musk retreats on Trump attacks after call with JD from JD Vance, Susie Wiles.
If we can get back over 07s here, I'll probably try this long. And then use this as my stop. I need to show interest above. Just going to give it a second to play. Got 3 minutes left on this candle. It's same thing as before though, like this 10 to 20 from playing it from the other side. Like this can be seen as offer. So you can really play either direction here until we break on either side and show it's as supportive. So just keep that in mind. Just because I'm stopped out doesn't mean that the trade hasn't isn't valid still. I'm just waiting. We've already taken this from top to bottom, right? I don't need to be in it every rotation. So I'll be patient with it. But like this is still very clearly our offer. And this is still very clearly where the bid was resting. So I'm going to be waiting for a break on either side now that I've captured it. Until I see more.
So, according to the Wall Street Journal, citing sources, US negotiators agreed to relax some exports, including on jet engines. Concessions discussed as part of trade framework reached in London, and
Nice.
agreement still needs sign-off of Trump and Xi. China's 6-month ease on rare earths gives Beijing continued leverage. So Beijing puts a 6-month limit on its ease of rare earth export licenses, according to sources cited by the Wall Street Journal.
I will wait until we shift below this VWAP. Not gonna try my luck here too many times. 30 seconds till new 15s. Hopefully we get a decision so that I can play something new. This is ES value low edge, RTY value low edge, and key value low edge. 20 seconds.
So we have posted out the article from the Wall Street Journal on the feed for you to read through. So again, China puts 6-month limit on its ease of rare earth export licenses.
If you're looking for a short continuation, watch this POC here. This value high for absorption. Fuck. What's going on here? Watch this for sellers to try to be able to hold. This is POC to value high of previous candle. If they can hold this offer, we're looking for them to take out the lows or push down to here. And again, bids, we need to see a very clear look over 20s, and then we can play off of that for the rotation back up. But look for sellers to be positioned here into this POC here at 05 to like 012.
Essence says that we want a deficit ratio under 4% by the end of Trump's term.
Little volatile on the dom here. Jesus. No, I mean volatility can be really good. Volatility in a very tight range is a little rough. But volatility is like where I thrive usually in like large movement in speed. The when we see like very volatile kind of like sweeping in either side in a very tight range, it just makes like you have to just kind of maintain your stop. Like I'm in this trade right now, but like it's just very choppy, right? So like you have to just maintain your stop, or it just is it can be a bit rough, right? Like you don't want to get chopped up waiting for a move that hasn't been validated. I'm out one here again into our low into 75s, leaving a runner. But like again, it's just one of those things where it's like if I'm unsure, like if I risked off and I got stopped out in our highs, but then the play continued to happen again and I didn't get back in, like it's very hard for me to want to take that trade again with a worse average unless I see a breakdown of our lows and a continuation, right? So like waiting for the new 15 was all I needed to see because we then have this POC to value high that we can play off of where we should be expecting that absorption. You get me? So like it makes a lot more sense to take that play once that indecision is kind of out of the way, and then we can play off of the known participants and we know where they are sizing in the market, so then we can play around them for our targeting. Right? That gave us a much better entry than me trying to gamble here in either direction on this doji when I can just play off this POC to value high and then we can just play this down. So like that's usually how I determine it is like does it make sense to be taking this trade here, or should be expecting more volatility um in the short term, and is that going to affect my mental, right? Because like I'm trying to both preserve my actual capital as well as my mental capital. This is target, by the way, into 58s here. That's your full PT. So like to me, it's more of like, should I like yes, the trade is still valid, but am I going to be mentally drained and emotionally triggered because of my entry before uh while I wait, right? Like, or is there going to be a better opportunity? And so like a lot of the times it's like, okay, I'll just wait till the new 15 and then play off of whatever happens there. And that gave us a much better opportunity to take this trade for the downside. Hopefully people are taking these, or there's really no point in me marking them on the chart. All right. Okay, I will try to move my mic closer to me. It should be better now. Like right in front of my face now. Can't see half of my monitor. So like Alejandro, here's a good example of what I was just talking about. Is this is what I just talked about. How do I show this is the question. Okay, so this is what I traded, right? So we tried the 10 to 20 short. We played that down. That played out. We then see the rotation back up. We take out this. We trap these guys up here, and then we rotate down. Then we chop. I only initiate I initiate once the new 15 minutes starts because I now have a new level to play off of. We can then play off of this 2000 to like 012 basically, right? Which is right here. And that's based off of the POC to value high of the last 15-minute candle. So if I look at this, I have basically waited for a decision to be made and waited to see how sizing was being affected here. Right? And we're playing off of here. Once this candle closes, we're playing off of here to here. This is our risk. Right? Because now we're expecting price to come back up into this. We expect sellers to absorb here unless we're going to see a dramatic shift, and then we can play this long above and I get stopped out. But now we have something to play off of where these guys are offsides above, and we expect them to be for sellers to maintain them as offsides for the continuation down. Right? So waiting for that new 15 gives me a much better risk to reward when we're trying this on the secondary attempt or this rotation to the downside. Right? Just being patient with the trade, allowing those people to position themselves, and then playing with against them once we have like an actual level. So again, it's just like understanding where it makes sense to take trades, and that's all. Especially when like if you get stopped up into the highs, it's like, okay, well now I need to see a lower high. And I'll play off of that. It's like either I'm playing the break of where my stop was to the upside, or I'm going to be playing a very clear shift below where we're seeing sellers move the offer down, because that means that they're not done. This is secondary target here for shorts. This is our rejection of our value low, and then a rotation down to previous day's value. This is our pivot. Very important level. Yeah, I mean, time can be a very useful component. I personally just like it because some people will say that like it doesn't matter or like candles don't matter in general, et cetera, et cetera. But I like to use them as a personal trigger because I tend to actually be able to see reactions on the opens of new 15s. And then same thing on like the new 30s, the hourly, et cetera, et cetera. Like we see incoming volatility, more volatility into the close of these time frames compared to the minutes before. Like into the close of the candle, I can clearly see on Dom uh people getting excited. And to me, that's important, and it also just gives me a framework to play off of, for me personally, right? To then make decisions. So, like, if I can wait for that new 15, and I'm expecting uh, increased excitement or volatility, whatever you want to call it, to come in, I can then watch to see how we play around the levels that have been established over the last 15 minutes and then make my decisions based off of that. And that, to me, that's been very helpful, giving me constraints to trade around instead of just like willy-nilly kind of like taking trades every 3 seconds. If I can be patient, execute a trade off of a 15, stay in that trade, maintain it, and then watch to see how the new 15 opens, that gives me time to see how kind of like the trend is playing out, and then allows me to not overtrade. And if I exit it before that new 15 has started and I don't really see anything, I will wait for that new 15 to open, and then I'll look to see if there's anything that we can play off of, like I just did, right? Just like being patient and waiting for my next trade and trading opportunity after I get stopped out, or if I exit full, allowing myself to be like, okay, let's use this time until that new 15 opens to create a new plan, right? And then we trade around that said plan. New 15's opening now, by the way. And that's just like a personal thing for me. That helps me not overtrade or overcommit to a certain idea, where like I'm just like trading with a bias all of a sudden. Having rules like that, I talk about this a lot in our classes, but like half of, like, 90% of trading is just knowing yourself and knowing the things that are going to your ticks, right? The things that put you in an emotional state, the things that are going to make you second guess yourself or make you stay in a losing trade or cut a winning trade very quickly, right? Like the triggers that are actually affecting your P&L, right? Because like the execution part, it's whatever. Like once you understand like AMT and auction market theory, or like you have any sort of like set plan and strategy, like being methodical and mechanical about your setups, like that's the easy part, because that's something that you can backtest and journal about and really start to build plans on. But the things in the moment that affect your execution and your mental well-being are the things that are going to be affecting your P&L, right? So like what are your triggers that are going to prevent you from using all of that work that you put into creating strategies and playing out and playing and executing and playing the plan that you've developed for yourself with. So you need to find out like what your personal triggers are, the things that are holding you back, and not even just in trading, just in life in general. Being like, okay, well, like what are the things that I do that gets in my own way, right? And then it's like, okay, I need to create strategies for myself that are going to help prevent me from fucking myself over. Because that's like the bigger half of trading that screws you, is just like you getting in your own way, you not exiting positions when you know that they're bad because you have an ego, right? Or you don't want to take that. Uh, it's a mental barrier where you're just like, I can't take a loser. I can't lose. I'll hold this until it's back to break even. Like, no, just close, dude. Just trade your plan. You'll be all right. So anything that you can do to kind of prevent yourself from getting into these positions that are very harmful to yourself, the better. And you're going to need to figure out what those strategies are for yourself, because every single person's different. Like some people who are like there's some great traders that I know that kill it, absolutely kill it. But if they start losing, they become a degenerate gambler and will ruin their life trying to chase getting back into that like winning mentality instead of just accepting a losers. And like those people need to have a daily loss limit on. Like they just need to, because they're amazing traders and they see the market and successfully, right? Their execution is great, but as soon as they have any sort of like losing trades, they start to really uh, self destruct. And like those people need to limit themselves and they need to be aware of how they how they react and like who they are as a person to limit the damage that they can cause on their own account when they are mentally tilted. And that's like, again, it's like you just have to know yourself and know when you have edge and when you don't, and when you're going to self sabotage. But these are things that you like really will only discover about yourself through journaling and through very clear self-reflection and being honest with yourself. Like that's the key, is just like being honest with yourself and actually trying to come up with solutions rather than, you know, ignoring it and pushing it off to the side and having no accountability. Those are the things that actually push you forward, both in actual life and in trading.
So it's confirmation from a U.S. defense official now. Trump administration is reviewing AUKUS defense agreement with Australia and Britain.
The stuff I'm explaining technically, like the technical stuff, Mohammed, or the mental stuff? Which I just ranted for a while there, so my bad. What's up, Julian? Technical? Yeah, most of our technical stuff is paywalled, sadly. There's a decent amount of content that's on there for free, but yeah, we have a huge backlog of all of our Monday classes and VODs covering all of this. But they're all private, unless you're a member of the Discord. But I can recommend you a few books that I really like if you don't want to become a member. It's no issue.
S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 extend drop to session lows.
There's a really great free resource from Trader Dale that goes over a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about. I highly recommend that. All right, let's see if we can find another trade. Really nice continuation down. I don't know how much lower we go here. This is kind of it, target-wise for me. We hold this pivot, maybe we get more. Like this 900 to 910 seems pretty decent. These lows have been holding pretty well. Maybe if 910 goes off, or we play this down to 880, and that's a trade. But if we go back over 940, then I think we go back up. I'm just looking at this as basically an auction from here to here. So like we just found a lot of liquidity into this low, our most recent low. Now we're trying to pop back up. So if we can hold this on retest here, we might be able to then just rotate back up off of this. Something like that. Just gonna keep an eye on this area. Like if this 40 stays bid, this could be good. Yeah, I'm trying. I want to see if we can hold this higher low. We can hold here. We've got the ability to then push at least to 60, with secondary targets being into this 70 to 85. A bit early to call this a reversal yet, but yeah, I'm trying to see if we can hold this higher low and play off of it. Remember, like, it's the same as always, whereas like this is very clearly where the last offer was sitting, and so this has to be your first risk off as we rotate into it if you are playing off 40s. But if we can push over this 60, we should be able to rotate up to 78, 85 area for this value edge test. We've got 3.5 minutes until new 15s. It's a good first risk off here. Yeah, I've got one runner left from 43. Taking off 2. Just watching our value edge. Sorry, I was a bit yappy there. My bad. It's all right. We'll get another opportunity. This is where offers should be sitting. If we can pop back over this, we've got more. should be moving up stops a bit more aggressively here. Fuck, what do I do? This ES value low, NQ value low. What we need to see happen here is like a very clear look above and hold of this value low for recovery. This kind of has to be a risk off, as annoying as that is. If we can start to flag here and build, we should be able to see 2K. But only hold if you have the ability to hold a runner. If you only have one contract, you kind of have to take profit here. But let's see if we can build. This can pull back to 60 easily. But you gotta respect the offer. You don't want to give back your full position into our value edge, right? But if we can build here and start to hold, we should be able to see a rotation up to 2K. So either like move your stop up more aggressively if you only have one contract left, or just pray and hold for the next leg. I don't know what else to say. I'm basically just seeing if we can head up to this 2000 here, that VWAP. See what we can do. There's like a pretty strong offer sitting at 95 to 2K. So, that kind of has to be PT. And that's also your 30-second opening range low. So it makes sense why that sell side is there. That's where we offered last time, right? So it just makes for a very good risk off until we can pop back over 20s as supportive. There's a pretty solid chance that this rotates up and then we have to retest our value edge here, show it as supportive, and then we can continue on our way. So a pretty high likelihood that something like this happens. So there might be another opportunity is what I'm getting at. Just for a retest of our value. For ES enjoyers, this is POC. So we just did the full move from our recovery of value to POC. There's not much here. This is offer. ES is leading. This is our value edge retest. Let's see if the bid can hold here. This is ES affecting NQ. Mm, 30 to 40 was from yesterday. It was the top of this auction where this was our low of this auction that we were playing, where we were chopping here, and then when the bid stepped in back over this 30 to 40, we then rotated up off of it. And when the bid stepped below 30 to 40, we rotated down off of it. So it just made like it feels really good playing around this area because we saw a very clear directional bias on a look above and then fail. Look above and then fail led to downside, and looks up. Sorry, yeah, and then looks below and then a recovery led to upside. So I just like to play around that for a secondary play. Instead of trying to knife catch these wick lows, just play the recovery of a key pivot and then play that auction back up. That's all. So it's just that. I'm debating if I add here. I should have added into the value retest, but I did not. This is just that flagging, holding and attempt to hold our value edge. It's our value low here on the daily profile. It's like if we can maintain here, and I don't know how iffy it's going to be. I might get stopped out. My stop's sitting at 68, so, or sorry, 67.75. It's 68. It's whatever. But like what we're watching for is, can we maintain here and flag? If so, then we'll look for upside. I just don't know how volatile it's going to be here. So just one runner left. We need to see RTY and ES find a low. It sucks that we have 10 minutes left on this candle. Hmm. See what we can
EU
do.
proposes sanctioning 2 small China banks for Russia trade.
I'm just not going to touch it. Hands off keyboard. See if I get stopped here or not. Stopped. All right. Sucks that ES hit target before NQ. It's always the worst.
As further detail into this, the EU has proposed sanctioning 2 small Chinese banks for helping Russia circumvent the bloc's trade restrictions.
ES retesting our
The
value
proposed
edge. This is
sanctions
literally
package
what I
would
just went over on
also
NQ.
target Chinese firms and cut off banks from the SWIFT international payments system and impose restrictions on Russia's oil tankers and trade operations. So the package aims to pressure Moscow to agree to an immediate ceasefire and peace negotiations with Ukraine, and the EU hopes to secure approval from member states before a summit on June 26th.
I'm going to be patient here. We need ES to find this low.
So it's a bit further detail. Under the proposed sanctions, EU-based financial institutions would be banned from conducting any transactions with the 2 regional lenders, which are based near China's border with Russia. So the 2 Chinese banks have not been named yet. There's no further detail on that.
We're seeing some little absorption here into 70s. We just need to see if sell side sweeps through this and then holds this as offer, or if the bid can maintain this. They're eating them up so far. I'd like us to get back over 85s for confirmation for upside if we're going to continue to absorb here into 70. I'm still flat. I'm just waiting. Again, ES did exactly what we wanted to see on NQ, which is a rotation up to POC and then retest of our value edge. This looks good on ES. I just need to see a bit more follow through on NQ for me to make it actionable. I really should be playing off of what is this? Why is this locked? What? What is this? Just this? I really should be playing off of this buyer. It's kind of a blunder on my part. I should have had my stop below this value. See if we get another opportunity to try that. Ten points of risk here, 66 to 56. Sell side's like really trying down here. This is either going to become our offer on a look below and hold, or our bid's going to be able to continue to absorb here, and then we'll rotate up off of this. So I'm really watching to see how we, if we can continue to take here. We can see how heavy they're getting into this. So like if these buyers go off sides, I want to play to the downside with them. But if we continue to just bid and hold this and absorb these sellers here, I want to be playing to the upside. So really just watching to see how we interact here. 45 seconds until new 15s. Watching 77.75 as first PT. We're going to hold here. We should expect the offer to be sitting here like this. We need to show that as supportive for a secondary move higher. We can see where we're absorbed, right? So we have to be playing around that. We've got two-sided trading, sellers loading the boat in the lows, bids absorbed into the highs. New 15's opening now.
Fed bids for 10-year notes total $701.4 million. Amazon announces 3 AI-powered innovations to get packages customers faster. So again,
We got to get over
comments here from Besant
75s
says China
ASAP, or this is going to be a short.
de minimis tariffs.
I get stopped.
So again, Amazon announces 3 AI-powered innovations to get packages to customers faster. And the US will set a global duty level for de minimis imports.
I'm out 1 into 75. If we can get over 75.85, then I will leave this runner. Again, the reason we're taking off one here is because we saw sellers absorb into this high last. We need to show a very clear shift above this if we're going to get more. We had 10 points of risk here. That's fine. We're able to take off for 10 points. It's a 1-to-1 trade right now. We want to see this secondary leg like this on a look above for our runner.
Besant says April bond volatility never involved stability worries.
Sorry, let me look at chat. What do I think about Microsoft on as like a company in general, general upside?
And bond market functioned
right
very well
now?
amid April volatility.
What do you mean by that? It's a great company.
The US continues to be the most stable bond market.
I think Microsoft and Google are great if you think that AI has potential. They have so much money invested in AI. Microsoft owns and Google owns so many smaller companies that are at like the forefront of innovation right now for AI. But if you mean like from a price action perspective, I'll go look at that once I'm done with this trade.
Besson, just reiterating that the US debt ceiling must be raised and extended.
Come on, you fucks. Get us over this.
About 10 minutes ago, until we're expected to hear from White House's press secretary, Levitt, Besant says it's unthinkable that debt ceiling breach could happen. We'll put out the video of Levitt pretty soon on the feed. But it is on the left-hand side on the economic calendar, so if you click on the name, it will appear. We have posted out the video on the feed for you to watch as well. Person says if debt limit is not sorted, it will be the biggest crisis since 2008-09.
Sorry, Justin. We have a news service that just talks live news. So he's just we pay for that, and I don't know when he's going to speak. So sometimes I talk over him. He's just like a live squawker. I try to stop talking
Also,
once
remind
I
the
hear
top of
him.
the hour expecting the US 10-year note auction, the reopening, with the US still looking to sell $39 billion in 10-year notes. The prior high yield of 4.342%, prior bid cover of 2.6.
Yeah, like I don't know when he's going to speak, but he's just basically he's got like a Bloomberg terminal, and he just gives us live news in the moment, so we don't have to have like a Twitter feed open. That's all. It's very useful to keep us in touch with what's going on. But yeah, sometimes
Just
I
taking a look
talk
a bit
over him.
of prep and research. Given yields retracing higher and a supportive technical backdrop, JP Morgan strategists see the auction going smoothly. There's in a note late Tuesday. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 372,000 ultra 10-year note futures, the most on record, and 705,000 10-year note futures, possible sources of covering demand for the auction.
Sucks that we just retraced this. I'm still in. It's just ES and RTY that are leading this down. We got our move from our value edge and rotation back up. Same resistance though. RTY higher low. If this can hold a higher low and we can recover, that'll be a really great sign for us. If sell side can't, if we can't get over this value edge here and it continues to act as resistance, we're going to be in trouble on Russell, and we might need to exit. We'll be watching to see if our offer holds here. There's a potential shorting opportunity now right here if this seller is able to maintain. You're basically just watching to see if a lower high gets put in here from our 78 to our highs. Ideally, you can just play off of this into 86. So 78 to 86 is what you'd be looking for, a lower high, and then a rotation through if sell side is going to win this out, right? So we're watching to see if these guys are going to be able to maintain offsides. You're in a very tight range right now. We hit first target, but please be careful because if these guys remain offsides, you have to be, I keep selecting the wrong tool. You have to be aware that this look below and
Alberto
then lower
Premier
offer
says Province's
can lead
proposal
to a
is
downside
for a
move
1
like
million
this.
barrel per day pipeline.
Right? This is a balanced play. We just failed the break to push above, and we've now retested our low where we have a known buyer. We need to see on this next attempt a push and hold above this
Time is
for
going to get
upside,
the
or this play is
10-year note
invalidated,
auction
and we will
data
hold this
for the
downtrend.
for the reopening, and Levitt speaking at 1 p.m. Eastern time with a video already on the feed. 10-year note high yield prior was 4.342%. A prior bid to cover was 2.6.
Hopefully everyone sees that. Right? Like we can see that these guys are getting absorbed here. This has to go supportive for any more upside. So if you have a runner, it's fine to stay in it. But if we can't get over this pivot here, we're shit out of luck. This downside leg is looking a lot more promising if we continue to hold this. Excuse me. Again, if offers shifting from to 78 to 86 here, and we can't get over and we see a look below, you need to think that this play is invalidated. We need to see a very clear pop over 86 and hold from our bid for upside.
Surely expecting the when issued for the 10-year note reopening, and also surely expected to hear from White House's Press Secretary Levitt. Remember, the video is on the feed, free to watch.
All right, here's our test. This is either where offer absorbs again for a
Besant
lower
says
high,
that I am prepared
or
to
we
roll the
flip
tape
over
forward
and
for
bid
trading
for
partners
85s for
negotiating
the
good
rotation
faith.
up.
So 10 seconds until the
Regardless,
when issued.
your long is profitable, and this is your first risk off into your 78.85. If we can flip it, then we get our secondary leg above. If offer holds here, we'll look for the step below this bid, and then the continuation down. So again, be very aware of that. This is a clear balance with absorption into our highs and with our absorption into our lows. We need to see a shift out of this structure for anything more. Our pivots are pretty clear.
Treasury when issue 10-year yield, full spot 428%.
Yeah, volatility should be expected with 10-year. If you are uncomfortable in balance or are unwilling to try either of these edges, just wait for the break and play the secondary that move outside of balance. It doesn't need to be like crazy. You have pretty solid risk on either side of these. Is this going down? I'm unsure. If Russell fails at our value edge here again, then yeah, probably. Again, we're seeing absorption happening on NQ here. These buyers are just being absorbed passively by sellers. We have sellers being absorbed passively by buyers here. We're in a very tight range. This should explode in a direction. We're watching for Russell here. What happens on retest of this? If this offers and we lose momentum again, probably downside. If this can show interest and a hold above, we should squeeze on a push over 86s, would be my guess. On NQ with Russell looking above.
Four spot 421%, four spot 421%, with a bid to cover of 2 spot 52. So the US selling $39 billion of 10-year notes at a high yield of 4 spot 421% and awarding 30 spot 58% of bids at high. The primary dealers take 8 spot 96%.
This is incredibly important
direct
for us to maintain.
20 spot 48% and indirect 70 spot 56%. So stop through of 0.7 base points.
Moving my stop on my long to 76 from 56. This is our 2K target. Bid really trying to step up here at 95. This is our squeeze. This is Russell into VWAP with our push over our value edge. Watching to see how we interact here. I'm out here on one account, on my main account, my real account. I'm only long on my Ninja for the arena. I have 2 runners left. 990 average.
It's seeing a post from Nick Demarais on X saying, I was told monetary policy wouldn't address supply inflation.
So, Justin, I want to talk about this area again because I think that the short is totally viable, but the flip in bid is super important. You're allowed to be wrong here. The risk is really great for reward potential here. If you didn't get in at 66s for the long, I mean, you have 9 points of risk here. And as soon as we flip over, you just flip bid at 86, like we
President
talked
on
about for
Russia
this rotation
sanctions
up,
bill
right?
says that we give administration flexibility here.
Like you just have to
So
be
again, it gives
aware of
administration
where that
flexibility
absorption
here
is occurring
when
and
talking
playing
about
around it.
Russia sanction bill.
How do I delete this? Right, so like again, let's look at what we have on screen. So I think it's incredibly important to understand when you're wrong, which is good. I'm glad that you closed. But like this flip is our secondary leg up, right? What we're watching for here is we've got two-sided trading. We've got sellers who are absorbing buyers as we push into this.
Besson
And
says
we
that
have
beware
buyers
of
absorbing
unintended
sellers
impact of
who
Russia
are
sanctions bill.
trying to hold this, right? So we have 2 passive participants, and that creates an auction. What we're watching for is if this can hold, we'll look for this to then lead to the downside, right? But if this bid is able to get through these passive sellers, we can stop out of this position and then immediately use this as our risk for upside. Because we know where these participants are, right? Which is why we have what we have drawn on screen. And it's incredibly important to realize that is like these guys need to remain offsides, and this needs to remain the high if we're going to go down here. As soon as we take out these guys and this bid steps in here again, this is an upside move. And this will result in a squeeze because now you have sellers who are offside here, and now all of the guys here are offside as well, right? And that'll lead to that upside move. So again, like this is, as soon as we see this look below, this makes total sense to look for a potential short here. And this was profitable, right? We didn't get the breakdown, but as soon as we flip over this, you gotta immediately be like, nope, I'm wrong. We're going up.
According to Canada Smith, Alberta to send representative to observe OPEC plus meetings.
This is Russell and NQ and ES 30-second opening range high and day opens. We'll watch to see how we build here. We either immediately are able to just push over this and go, or we're going to see a bit of a retrace here, retest our mid to low. We hold this as supportive, and then we look up for something like this. Same thing on NQ. We'll watch this for a supportive bid, and then look up like this if we're going to get another leg up, targeting like 37 to 33 if we are able to hold. Just keeping an eye on this. Yeah, exactly. Same. So we have buyers at 05, seller attempting at this 013. So far, it just looks like bids absorbing, but we know where we are, which is this is where that strong seller stepped in. We are back to this offer here into 020. Until we can show interest above 020 and this POC here at 18 to 22, right? So this look above, this is what we're watching for. If we can see that, we should be able to then push up to 40s. If this holds offer, then that's the end of the move, short term, until we figure out what we're going to do down here with this buyer. So again, we're watching to see these pullbacks here, which should be expected, right? I'm not a wizard. It's just where we should expect pullbacks to be. We are just trading back into our previous offer. So now it's just a matter of, can we find a bid here at a higher low, maintaining our ORM to ORL as supportive? And if we can, we should then look for a rotation higher. Nice job, Kowalski. Do people in Discord understand my logic there? Are we all on the same page? Any questions? Are we good? Okay. This bid has to be so clear here on this dip.
White House press conference has now begun.
Oh boy.
Remember, the video is on the feed for you to watch.
All right. Let's see what this angry white woman has to say. 15 seconds till new 15 minutes. We're watching to see if buyers can absorb here into our low on NQ and ES. We're watching our VWAPs as supportive, as well as Russell VWAP here. We need to see the ability to hold a higher low here if we're going to keep going up. It is incredibly
Surely
important
expecting
here.
the Fed reverse repreparation data. It's a correction from a newswire. Besson said that we're prepared to roll the date forward for trading partners negotiating in good faith.
ES looks fine still. Same with the RTY, but NQ leading down. Just keeping an eye on these. Need to find this low. Buyers offsides 06 to 017.
$46 counterparties take 204, spot $65 billion at Fed reverse repreparation. Besson says that I expect to meet with Canada's PM Carney at G7 with Trump.
Watch our 07 to this is with sell side's going to step in. They'll be here. We need to see a very clear bid and
Besson
pushback above
has
this
that plan
for
to
more.
go to G7 with Trump next week, and that I expect them to meet with Carney.
I'm at one short into 97. I'm just watching now to see what we do. ES and RTY look good for long still. NQ is just a bit iffy for me. I need to see us back over 20s. This is how I have my position set. I'm really unsure on direction here. Again, I have one short open from 07 with a stop at
US
20
embassy in
right
Iraq is
now. I took
preparing
off
for ordered
profit on
evacuation
one contract
due
at
to heightened
97s.
security risks in the region. That's according to
I
Iraqi
am just
security
waiting.
official and US source.
I just saw these guys being offsides and then a lower high look here and made sense to me. But the bid is really good still on NQ and RTY. And if that leads up, then I get stopped out of the short and then I flip long. So if you're still in a long on ES or RTY, these look great still, in my opinion. NQ just looked a little rough. And I was in a position. I closed my long already, so just waiting now. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab water while I wait. Again, my stop's just sitting at 20. There's like a 50-50 chance I get stopped out of this. Unsure. Yes, and then RTY still look good. Be right back.
White House Press Secretary Levitt says Trump is talking to trade team about China trade deal. So again, Trump is talking to trade team about China trade deal. Levitt adds that Trump spoke to trade team and liked what he heard. White House's Levitt says Trump remains receptive to correspondence with North Korean leader. And Levitt adds that Trump is reviewing details of China trade deal. Levitt says there are no efforts made to review government contracts with Musk's companies.
Welcome to the stream, Justin. Appreciate you. ES still looks really good in my opinion. Like it did exactly what we wanted. NQ is just stumbling a bit here. I don't think that there's any issue trying to long off of this low with this being your stop and then playing up. I don't mind this, but I I I don't know. We got to just wait. It's the 30-second opening range, right? But I don't think playing off this low is there's an issue. Uh, I will have a decision on a look over 20s. Again, I have one position left. I have a short from 07, a stop at 20. I've taken risk off into our low of range here at our 97. I'm just waiting it out. The bid looks fine on NQ and Russell. Or sorry, on ES and RTY. Just giving this a minute to play. I am unsure. Shit. It's so hard to select things in this stupid
US
app.
Treasury Secretary Bessent says, I expect AI spending may accelerate US GDP in 12 to 24 months. The Dow Jones extending gains last up around 0.5%. So, according to the New York Times, Musk spoke to Trump before posting his regret message. White House Press Secretary Levitt says that Trump will have quite a few bilateral meetings at the G7.
Great risk off. This is just pushing into target, guys. Leave a runner if you have the ability. This is just our pivot from earlier, 86 to 77. See if this auction will hold or if we rotate off of it. If bid is going to hold, I'd expect something like this. It's so hard to listen to this lady speak, man. It's so aggressive. Holy. It's actually crazy.
And White House Press Secretary Levitt has finished the press briefing.
Oh, thank God. All right, let's see where we go. Again, I'm risked off into our 85 to 77 from our 07. I am now just waiting for a decision to be made. ES still holding where it needs to. We need to see that look back over 56 and then bid if we're going to go higher. If offer wants to hold this 97 as resistance and push back below this key pivot that we played longs off of, right? Then, right, so let's say we offer here and then look down. We then play down to value low, right? That's the play. But if we get back up, show interest at 07s, and then see a solid bid step up, which is what I think is probably going to happen here, which is what I have pathed, we then can look for that secondary leg above this POC at 14 to 20. And we look for that to become supportive. We see that happen, then NQ goes up. Oops, did not mean to do that. There we go. So just really paying attention on this look up from our key pivot that we played, the squeeze up. We retraced the squeeze during Levitt's talk. Now it's just a matter of, it's just a decision area, right? I will be much more bullish on the day when we show interest over our 30-second opening range. The reason why we were targeting this is that we saw POC shift up here at 14s. We played down to the POC shift at this pivot here from our 85.77, right? So now it's just a matter of, do we continue to offer the low here and hold VWAP in our opening range low as resistance and then rotate back down, showing interest below? That leads to a full rotation of our value from previous, current POC holding as resistance. If POC holds as resistance, we expect a rotation to value low, right? That's just a volume profile play. So that's what I'm watching for, is if POC continues to fail to show as supportive, then I'm not looking for upside. It doesn't make sense. But if we can show interest here and continue to find a bid that's willing to step in here, and we can rotate over this, I will be looking for longs, right? Simple. We are doing this action right now, by the way. Just offered that. So just waiting, still just sitting and chopping between our two pivots, our ORL and our 85s. This is our 15-minute VWAP, which is this purple line here, right? So this is a potential shift. It's very key that we continue to maintain here. I'll even change this to purple so you can see what I'm talking about on both screens. Right, like we want to see the ability to build above this and show that buyers are now averaging in here for this rotation up. If these guys just fail and get caught off sides where the sell started and this is just a reoffer and then this goes offer again, we're just going to trade back down to these auction lows, right? We were in a very tight auction before here. So I will just be patient. Again, like it does not make sense to be looking for higher if POC is holding as resistance. It's just like one of those simple things that you can put into your playbook of being like, does it make sense for me to be targeting a long right now? No, right? Like, okay, well, like where are we headed then? Okay, well, we're probably headed to value low if POC is holding as resistance and we're making lower highs and someone's offsides above. Like that's like something that just needs to be in your brain of like, oh yeah, these guys are clearly offsides. We're clearly seeing POC shift down, right? This is a very different trend than when these POCs were below us and we were holding them as supportive. It's like, oh, okay. Well, now I need to see either buyers step over this 20 or I'm expecting a rotation back down to value. And here's your rotation back down to value. Immediate bid off of our lows, now testing our 77 to 80, 86. See if the offer sticks here or if we can flip it again. So if 77 to 86 can hold offer, then we look for a rotation back down to 66 to 56 because we are in this balance, right? So we are watching to see if we can recover here or if this is going to hold offer. If this holds offer on this push up, this is a very clear shift from these buyers to these sellers, right? So then we look for this rotation to 66. We need to see a very clear bid back above this, and then we can look for the rotation up. Or this is just a lower high and a continuation down of our idea that we've already implemented. Yeah? I need to take my dog out in a second. She's asking. She's getting a little antsy. What is she doing? I'll be right back. Classic throwing up in the kitchen. So again, this has to be your first risk off into 65, 66. If we can push below, then we get a secondary leg. But we need to recognize that this is the balance we were trading in earlier. We should expect this offer here. That makes sense. Again, it's just the shift of buyers to sellers. This is the trade that a lot of people were stopped out on, and then we flipped long off of. This is the same thing again. We're looking for a secondary leg that now pierces and pushes down. This is our value low edge. Again, this is your first risk off if you are trading off of this 77 to 86. Let's see if they can sweep the lows. Good hold so far of 66 offer. See if they can push lows. Bid's got to like really step in here to defend, or rotation to 40 makes sense.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US federal
Stopped
budget
one there
balance
into 40.
data for the month of May. The forecast is minus 314 billion on the prior 258 billion.
All right, I gotta take my dog out. I'm short one left. I have one left here. 53 average, 66 stop. Just my runner. I will be back in like 10 minutes max. I think I gotta let my dog out before she poops and pees the house. She's begging. Just give me a sec. I put my charts on auto. All right, I'll be right back. Sorry, guys.
Treasury Secretary Besant says there are possible tariff relief for countries benefiting fairly. 1 minute now until we get the US federal budget balance for May. Ten seconds. Minus 316 billion, minus 316 billion, lower than forecast, minus 314 billion. US May budget outlays are a record high for that month, according to a Treasury official. And seeing comments from ECB's Villeroy as well. Says the ECB situation is favourable and doesn't mean that policy is static. I don't see deflation, but says the ECB has the tools to react. Says the Trump administration's chaos weighs on global growth. Villeroy calls for agile pragmatism depending on the data. So we're seeing the S&P 500 in the red now, down 0.15%, currently extending losses. S&P down 0.25% now.
All right, looks like we got our breakdown. Huge. I had my stop My PT at 9:15, so I only caught half of this move while I was gone. Unlucky, but it is what it is. Let's see if we can get more. Sorry I had to leave. Oh, let me close that stop at 66. Was there news or something, or is this just the breakdown from this failure? Anyone know? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any news. Watch our offer here into overnight low. This 60 to 70. See if sell side sits here. Dude, my Dom is going crazy. What's happening? Of course, we get like the huge move as soon as I dip. Offer sitting at 70 still. If we can get over the 70, we should head up to 900 would be my guess. 90 to 900 should be our offer. Just where this node is. Just gonna keep an eye on this. See if we absorb here or not. A little unsure. My Dom is going crazy. Watching for our offer to be here. 90 to 900. So let us know if sell side has more or if we'll rotate back up. Excuse me. Dude, the amount of people that are outside sunbathing right now on the pool deck is insane. I don't know what people do for work, but there's seriously 20 people outside sunbathing right now when I let my dog out. I don't know if they like all just work night shift and they're just enjoying their time or what's going on, but kind of crazy. I'm not making fun. I just like I don't understand what anyone does for work where I live. Just like it's 2 o'clock on a Wednesday and you're like in the pool. Surely. The grift life? Hell yeah. Just don't see what's stopping us. If we can sustain over 900, I don't see why we don't rotate up to 940. I really don't. Like, this has to hold off for here, in my opinion. Like 890, 900. We need to hold here if we're going to keep going down, or a rotation up to like 935, 940 makes a lot of sense. So this, I think, again, this rejection makes sense. But we need more. Just bid at 70s still. Our
US
ETH
Treasury
low.
Secretary Besant says that China hasn't threatened cutting pharma exports in talks. So that's Besant saying China has not threatened cutting pharma exports in talks.
Buyers really trying to absorb into 70. 90 to 900 still holding offer. Just waiting for a break. If we can't get below this ETH low at 70, again, I think 940 becomes a target. We need to see a very clear sweep through here where these buyers are defending currently at our ETH low. They got to sweep this. That being said, great first risk off if you're shorting 90 to 900 into 70. We got to see more for a sweep through for more. Hopefully they do it soon if it's going to happen. Okay. I have two left. Looking for 840 and then 800. This like 840, 845. Remember this 35-45 pivot was huge a couple days ago. So just watching our reactions into this. We need to see 35.45 go offer for that last leg down to 800, which is what I'd be looking for. Let's see what happens here into our low. Again, great secondary risk off. I've taken off 2/3 of my size here from our 890, 900. New 15's opening now. Sweeping through on the open of the new 15. Watch for a reoffer into
S&P 500
35.45.
extending losses here down 0.45%.
I'm debating closing here. Yeah, I'm flat here. I think we can potentially keep going down, but I'll look for a reoffer into 35.45. I'll be much more bearish on a continuation below 790, 800.
So again, just wanted to clarify, there's no news catalyst behind this leg down in the S&P 500 that we're seeing at the moment. They're still scanning the wires and journalists on X, etc. They're just not seeing anything new coming out from the wires or from journalists, which would line up with this move that we're seeing here.
Our higher time frame downside target is all the way down at like 710. But I need to see us breach this. To me, this is supportive. So I will hold off. Just caught a really nice downside leg from 790 to 890 to 900. So just don't want to like get too crazy, especially because we don't know why this is happening. So I'll play leg to leg and keep my risk minimal. This is secondary target into 800s. If we, again, breach below this and sweep, then I think it's like 715 makes sense for like a runner target, but that's all I got. Just going to keep playing just our absorption and then continuation and scalp it. Yeah, this is like very reactive. I don't like that. Got absorption, sell side absorbing into 820. That was good. If we can hold 820, 830 and then push below 800s, we might have something here. Just going to give it a minute to play. I'm glad I at least caught half of this move down. Would have been really sad if I missed the entire move while I was letting my dog out. So our 35.45 retest, coming back down to this bid who's sitting here. I should have gotten back into 35.45. Now I gotta wait. Now I gotta wait.
Treasury Secretary Bessent just repeats the sentiment that stablecoins could lock in dollar dominance.
We're just watching this 15 to, what is this? It's like 15 to 30 is what we're watching to see if buyers can continue to maintain. It is really trying to step up here.
So just noting again, gains extending in WTI crude at the moment. On the report on a US embassy in Iraq being evacuated. So Iraqi security officials and a US source again did earlier say that the US embassy in Iraq is preparing for an ordered evacuation due to heightened security risks in the region. Again, WTI crude just extending gains.
I don't really have much here. I'm just waiting. It's just a retest of our POC so far from a previous candle. It feels like way too early to try to long this, unless you were going to play off of that that absorption into our 30. Now it's just a waiting game. And my voice is gone. There's definitely a seller trying to shift offer here from 60 to 70. I just don't know if it's worth. I'm watching this. The issue with this trade is like it's not believable until we show interest below this 12 to 18. But as soon as we do and we lose this buyer that's present here and reoffer it, like we have room. The issue is it's like, okay, yeah, like very clear that there's a seller sitting here and we're pushing back down into this. But if we can't look below and then offer this, this can be incredibly violent back up to upside because we know that this is value. So like it has to be your first risk off, and then we have to just see what's going to happen here.
Nomex diesel July futures settle at around
$12.18.
$2.20 a gallon, and gasoline July futures settle at around $2.16 a gallon. Nomex natural gas July futures settle at around $3.50. And Nomex WTI crude July futures settle at $68.15 a barrel, up $3.17 or 4.88%.
You see what I mean? Okay. I'm out half there. Holy. I have one left, 1775 average. I closed 4 contracts there into 80. Break even stop at 17. So again, like this is just POC to value low previous candle, which is why it was our target. It's where we saw that absorption step in. And so it's like it has to be where we look for a reactionary bid, and it's why I was so adamant about that, of how this could be so reflexive in its push if we hold there. And we're now seeing that real time. Back to our 890 900 offer. See if seller sits here. I'm risked off into it. I think we have potential to keep going, but just be careful. We're going to need to see a very clear acceptance here above our overnight low. I played that with 5 lots on the challenge account, sir. Jesus. No, it's the stupid Ninja Trader thing. I'm not gonna win. I'm not no lifing it like these guys, but the Ninja Trader Arena thing. I just have it open on a second monitor. I take a trade every once in a while. This thing. I'm hoping that I make it into the top 100 by everyone else just nuking their account. Yeah, exactly. I'm hoping more people get nuked. Because there's no way I'm catching up to 178k. Trading one lot. Again, I definitely could see us going higher, but I am not in a position here. I'm fully exited. I'm waiting to see what our reaction is into 890, 900. That's where that offer was sitting, where I took my last short. So I really want to see us get over that and show interest above, where it looks fine as of right now. Like we've stuffed very well. We've got a very active bid who stepped in to push up. We're now into our 890, 900. If we show a lot of interest over this,
US Defense Secretary
again, I
Hexet
don't
has authorized
see.
voluntary departure of military depends from locations across the Middle East, according to US official.
I don't see a lot
Secretary
of.
Hexet has authorized voluntary departure of military and depends from locations across the Middle East. Again, according to US official.
Shut up. I don't see a lot of resistance until like 930, 940. So there's potentially like another 40 points here, short term, if we can pop this. So I'm just gonna pay attention to that. And the only reason I'm targeting that is our value edge, right? 30 to 40. It's also our pivot we were playing off of earlier. So I just really want to see how we interact here. Like we know that the seller is sitting here, this 890, 900. Again, this is where I shorted last. So now it's just a matter of
Secretary Hexet has authorized
push through.
voluntary departure of military dependents from locations across the Middle East.
You just missed a couple good trades, Julian. Unlucky. You missed the down leg, and then I just caught this low for this rotation up from 12 to what was my actual close? Closed into 880. Now we wait. I'm thinking if we can show interest over this 890, 900, that we probably rotate up to at 30 to 40. And then your view up is up at 960 for the reversion trade. So I'm just keeping an eye on this. This is where I shorted last on this rotation down, this 90 to 900. And we played it down like this. And then I just waited until we found a bid for this rotation up. Now I'm just watching to see if this same seller is sitting here from our original short, or if we're going to be able to eat this guy up and then rotate up to our value edge that's sitting at 30 to 40.
Brent crude futures settle at $69.77 a barrel, up $2.90 or 4.34%.
I feel like there's probably, it's so iffy, but I see like a 90 to 75 like this is your risk right now. That's the issue. But like your upside for this is for reversion to VWAP to 960. Like that's not bad risk to reward, but it's a little bit more than I want to put on the table right now. This is what I'm watching to see if we can basically flag here and then pop. And again, this would be first target. And then if we show interest above this, then we'd be looking for reversion just into this area. So I'm just going to keep an eye on this, see if this seller is still sitting here or not. Again, like we know that this guy's
Future firms, Fannie
at
Mae's
this 899 number.
IDRS at AA plus, outlook stable.
So I don't want to be too crazy here. Yeah, like 905, 907, basically there. Just that area above. Just need to show interest. I'm flat, by the way. Again, like I've closed my long. I'm now just waiting for a secondary leg, seeing if we can get an initiative buyer to step in over the seller. If we don't see this guy break over these highs, this is just going to be another short. I hope everyone recognizes the setup. Right, we're watching to see if these guys are going to be offsides. We need to see this pop above and then hold from this look below, and then we can play off of these guys being offsides. See what we can do here. Right, because this then makes this trade look like this. Where we can then play with our risk like so. With this look above and hold for the push up. You should expect your offer into like 17 to 20 for your first test. And if we get through that, then we go to our 40 target. See if we can maintain above this past seller and see this active bid here. That's what's most important. Taking a little bit too long.
US State Department official says that we decided to reduce US mission in Iraq based on our latest security analysis. And US Treasury Secretary Besson's hearing at House Ways and Means panel concludes.
When we were in the 890 to 900 range on NQ and dropped back down below 890 and came back up. You're talking about this right here? Yeah, so exactly. You're exactly right, which is if we couldn't take out these highs bear, this would have been a viable short position, right? If these highs were we couldn't take them out and we saw the offer hold this low, right? This right here, we would be looking for this 890 to hold its offer for a rotation back down. You're totally right. What the Q is like if this 90 offer can't sustain, right? And we take out highs, upside is much more likely. The whole idea is like we want these guys to remain off sides, and the whole we want to see the sell side shift the offer down below these buyers here, right? So this was setting up very well for a potential short. And it's actually what we were looking at exactly here if you look left, right? This was the short. It's the same setup, but instead of sell side initiating and being able to hold this low, right, which is what happened here, we got a buyer that was able to sustain and bid and push up. That's literally the difference. Like you're totally right in what you saw, but with the failure in the look above, it makes this short feel way invalidate, you know. And now we're testing the same thing again, which is can these guys remain offsides, and if so, can this become our sell, right? This would then be your offer. We watch to see if this goes. If this can maintain a supportive, there's no shift here, right? That's all we're watching for. But yeah, you're totally right. And that's literally it. It's just like the reason, the context wise of what we were looking for is why I thought this would be an acceptable amount of risk is because we had a incredibly active bid from our low, and then we saw a buyer step in here for a secondary move, and then we were pushing up. So it's just a secondary test, and our seller was showing a little less excitement into the highs. And so I wanted to make sure that the short risk was very tight because we want to be playing with someone off sides, and then we want to see a very clear offer step down from that, right? Like all we did was look above, trap these guys, and then reoffer, and then immediately push down. That's what you want to see for a short. At least that's what I want to see. This bid is now like really attempting to hold, but if like we push below this again, this can definitely be a shorting opportunity because these guys would then be trapped. So we're really just paying attention to how we interact here, and if they're going to continue to absorb, or if this is just us taking out this supply that's sitting here, and we'll hold this POC low, and then rotate up off of it. I'm unsure as of yet, but it looks good for upside because we're holding above the POC. But if we continue to absorb here and we can't get over this 20, and then we rotate back below 890 and then offer, then you're like, yeah, buy side is like completely trapped here, right? Like it's incredibly important that we see interest above this, because if we don't, this becomes target one, and then we look to see if sell side can start to hold below this, and that will lead to a downside push with these guys then being trapped here. So let's see what happens as we push down into this. This is POC, a previous candle. Incredibly important that we see a bid immediately eat this up, or sell side will take advantage. And then we play the offer on 890 to 900. So far, it's looking like offer. Let's watch for retest. They need to absorb the absolute hell out of here and get us over 900, or this will be our seller. Do you see what I mean? See what they can do with this.
Iran's mission to the UN on X says threats of overwhelming force won't change facts. Iran is not seeking nuclear weapon, and US militarism only fuels instability.
They gotta absorb the absolute hell here and then get us back over 900s and bid. Again, your risk right now is you're playing off of just this pivot on either direction. We're looking for someone to be trapped above or below.
White House official says Trump is aware of the move of US personnel in the Middle East.
I'm out 1 on the short side here
Also,
into 70.
Iran's mission to the UN on X says US CENTCOM's legacy of fueling regional instability through arming aggressors and enabling Israeli crimes strips it of any credibility to speak on peace
Out 1
or
more here into 50.
non-proliferation.
I have 1 runner left. Moving my stops to 95 instead of 900.
Iran's mission to UN says diplomacy, not militarism, is the only path forward.
All right, so I want to show you how I traded this bear because I think it's incredibly important to talk about what we just to go over what we this area and how you can be wrong and still be right. Right?
Just in regards to that post on X, it is about an hour old from Iran's UN mission, Iran's mission to the UN.
You see what I mean? I tried the 900 hold. I had my stop at our lows. I then immediately reverse my position because I know that's our invalidation. And then I play that with my stop then being at 900s and I play it down. Right? We either sustain or we don't, but I understand when I am wrong. And then we flip. We give our set a set amount of risk and we play the risk. It's nice to, I love it when you guys ask questions and then it like immediately plays out. You lost me on voice? What? I don't know what's going on with that. Might just be my internet. So here's the secondary account that I'm playing off of Bear. Same idea. Right? We caught the low. We're able to risk off that. And then the flip of our 90s with our stop was at 900. I moved it to 95s and then took profit on the way down. Now holding a runner with a stop at 95. Right? Same thing. All right. I don't know what we do from here. We'll see.
It's Sky News Arabia. It's reporting here that the Iranian president says we're holding discussions with the US and Europe, but we will not surrender to force.
I took the 890 retest this time, played it exactly as you scribbled, and how I thought it would play out the first time. Yeah, right, exactly. And like again, like nothing changed about your thought process, and it shouldn't, right? Like you shouldn't be afraid to try things multiple times if nothing changes in your thesis. Sometimes you're going to be wrong, sometimes you're going to get stopped, but if you're maintaining proper risk, you're not blowing up your account. You're not going to win every trade, right? It's nice when you have really great days where you don't take a lot of losses, but like L's are a part of the process. It happens. You can't predict every move and you can't be perfect in every rotation. I've gotten pretty good at being in the rotations that I care about, right? And being right on those rotations, but I'm not playing every bounce, you know what I mean? Like I can't accurately predict every bounce and every rotation, but the rotations that I do talk about and I do want to play, I have a pretty solid win rate on because they are my setup, right? And sometimes I'm wrong, and that's okay, and I'll reverse myself, and then I'll play the opposite side. Because our system is an if-then, you know? Like if 10 points of risk is too much for you to take like 2 losing trades on, your size is just too large, guys. Like just size down and let the moves play and you'll make money. Like 10 points of risk on NQ is so minimal for the upside that we're looking for. It's like all of these areas where we're never, almost never looking for a 1-to-1. And so like as long as you're not sizing over leveraging in these positions, like you have a positive expectancy. Just lower your size if you're too emotional about it and just compound a little bit smaller. At least you're not blowing up your account and you're trusting yourself and you're letting your plays play, you know? It's so important. Like the thing I see over and over again is people like either not taking trades or getting stopped on first attempt and then being like, I'm too scared to try this again. I'm too scared to let my ideas that I've been building for the last 2 years play out because I over leveraged on this position being greedy. And it's just like, no, okay, well, cut your size into a third of what you're usually trade and let moves play for the first time in your life. I don't know how much more we have here. This 30 is incredibly important. Remember, this 12 to 30 is where we saw that extreme bid step in. So, I don't know. I mean, this just looks like a risk off to me. But if we flip through it super quick, then sure, we go down more. But you definitely want to be aggressively moving your stops down as we approach this 30 to 12. No reason to give this back. Again, like I'm flat here. I don't care. If we keep going down, awesome. I'll find another entry. I'm not worried. I'm not gonna not respect where I made the last huge bid bet, you know. All right. I will be right back.
According to Political Reporter, they say that Senate Majority Leader Thune and Senate Finance Committee Chair Crapo are going to the White House to meet with Trump tomorrow.
think they're shooting a movie outside my house. Like a biker movie, maybe. Getting a bit of a migraine. Take some meds, see if that helps. All right, sorry, I've been a little intense. Let me look at chat. I'm so bad at moving my stops too soon, man. uh, I mean, I get you. But why do you feel uncomfortable getting back in, Surf, on the break the low? Like, what do you think the mental hurdle there is for you? Yes, yeah, I get you. Yeah, exactly. What time frame is that? The 15? 10 seconds till new 15-minute candles. Holding our overnight low so far. I'm not too sure what we do here. There's a seller absorbing the buyer into 70 again, which is interesting. I don't have enough information to play off of it yet, but it's very similar to what was happening the last leg down, where this 70 held our offer and then we rotated down. Do you guys remember this short? So I'm kind of keeping my eye on this. But I just don't have enough information yet. What we would need to see for another leg down, we need to be able to like trap into this high, retest this POC, offer this, and then see a sweep through this low. That's basically that trade to the left that we did earlier. With us holding and maintaining this POC of previous candle right now, it's too two-sided for me. Sorry to use the same word twice, but like I need to see an extreme with someone taking off sides here before I make a decision. So either like I'll look above and fail, and then I'll look below and then a lower offer, or like a very clear offer below this POC. Like this is just way too supportive here at 850 right now for me to feel comfy. Like I either need someone to be like very clearly trapped into this high, or like a very clear step below 50s and hold for rotations to take out this low. Again, like that, we know that there's a seller at 70. It's just me feeling uncomfortable. There's nothing wrong with this trade. It's just a bit too noisy for me to want to play the rotation personally with the actual money. I'm gonna wait for a secondary reaction here and see what we can do. Like if we hold 50s on offer here on this look below, like that could be really good for us. But I want to see sell side like actually step in.
According to the Globe and Mail, Canada and the US exchanging potential terms on economic and security deal.
Dill. All I heard. Like we could potentially play 60 to 70 here as offer. See if we can flip it. I want to hold this. And then that becomes our risk. Let's see what we can do here. I don't like how much we've slowed down, but we are doing what I want. What's up, Nicole? How you doing? Like why are we stalling here? I hate that. Makes me a bit uncomfortable. Like if they just continue to take this in here at 50, like what are we doing? I didn't play this. It played, but I didn't play it.
So we have posted out the article from the Globe and Mail on the Financial News feed. Again, Canada and the US are exchanging potential terms on economic and security deal.
I just don't see anything until we drop below this buyer here at 30. Hopefully I don't regret missing the 70. 9 minutes left on this candle. Surely we get a better entry than that. Surely. Oh, that was back when we were doing option stuff. We've pivoted pretty hard into futures. We still do options, but not I don't focus on it anymore. Glad you found the stream again. Yeah, definitely. We have yeah, we have people, Alejandro, that actually don't trade futures and just trade SPY and QQQ options and follow me with for day trading. I don't really recommend it, but you can do it. Yeah, the options work, or the indicators work for it. I mean, it just doesn't really make sense to. I mean, it's whatever you're comfortable with, but I really don't like PDT, and that's like the biggest issue with options trading is like you get locked into like staying in bad trades because you don't want to if your account is small because you have a limited amount of trades you can take per week. But like if you have if PDT isn't an issue for you, then option scalping is fine. I just have always found it kind of iffy because like you're limited with the amount of trades you can take. It just makes way more sense to trade futures because there's no limitations. You can take 1,000 trades in a day and no one will care. You try to trade buy and sell 3 times in a week though, and then you're on a list for the rest of your life. It's just like okay, I don't know. It's super annoying. So that's why I pivoted away from it. It's because there's a lot of people who don't meet the requirements, and PDT is an issue. Oh, excuse me. We used to recommend Top Step, but they've been a little bit sus lately. We like My Funded Futures, and Trade Day is okay. Got a couple affiliate links that of people that we actually trust. Top Step is still good, but they're trying to switch to a brokerage from a prop firm, and so like they keep changing things, and I don't necessarily like a lot of the changes that they're making. They're getting a little too big to represent retail. But yeah, My Funded Futures is good. Trade Day is also fun. Whatever you do, just don't use Apex. Apex is trash.
Iraqi government source to state news agency says steps related to evacuation of US diplomatic presence are not only for Iraq, but several states in the Middle East.
So is Israel about to like launch an offensive? Is that what's going on? So why we're moving like soldiers out of or people out of embassies? They expect like a reaction. I wonder. It's a little sus. What is
And
going
Iraq
on?
has
Hello?
not recorded any security indication that calls for evacuation.
Bro, the volatility right now is nuts. Please be careful, guys. I am flat. Just waiting. Doms are going crazy. Two minutes, 40 seconds till new 15s. And then the last 30-minute candle of the day. Or sorry, last 30 minutes of the day. All right. We can reevaluate these a bit more now that we have a lot more structure to play off of. So 67 to like actually, what am I doing? Just throw a fixed range on this. There we go. Oh, I deleted the wrong thing. It'll be all right. Tradeify TV. Tradeify is TV now? All these prop firms are just getting into streaming. Oh, Tradeify is also one, David. That's not bad. I personally don't have any experience with them, but I know that a lot of our algo traders, I think, use them. But yeah, I think my funded futures is good. Can we get out of here? Like, what is this?
US official comments on voluntary departure from the Middle East. And so they say US authorizes departure of troops dependent from Middle East. So just to repeat from what's been said earlier on, the US authorizes departure of troops dependents from Middle East.
What does that mean? Surely. I refuse to play this range. Not about to lose money for no reason. Like this is current positioning. Just to give perspective, you have shorts who are loading the boat from 67 to 90. That's what's currently happening, and they're just absorbing, and they're looking for a new low. I will wait for a better. This is too much risk for me. But that is what's happening. Is that they're just absorbing into 70 to 90, and it looks bearish. We'll see. My issue is that we have a buyer who has shown a decent amount of willingness to take in from 12 to 30. And I'd much rather play on a look and hold below that than playing this range over and over again, personally. There's nothing wrong with playing the range, the balance, but I just don't want to be on the wrong side of news, because clearly there's lots of news stepping in with all of this military stuff, and it's just a little too liquid for me. When there's like 2 to 3 contracts on every price point on NQ, it's not my market, bro. Not my market. Like, we can see the general direction, we can see it. I just don't care. So back to our 30 here. Let's see if the bid steps in or if we can rotate through. Rejection of our 70. No change. I'm hoping that RTY and ES lead us down here. We're actually going to be able to get a breach. People have been waiting for the space laser. Inside day tomorrow, then flush Friday. Maybe. It's just like this liquidity down here in both ES and NQ is still holding. That's so sus.
Israel's PM Netanyahu just says bodies of two hostages recovered from Gaza.
Bounce at 30s. No surprise. Watching to see if offer shifts down here at all. I don't have enough information to play off. It's just our balance that we've already talked about. I'm hoping that ES and RTY lead for a move down if we were going to get it, where like these sustain our lows, right? Where we like see Russell start to lead down or like ES start to lead down, do this, and then NQ can follow. Because NQ is just so stuck right now, so I can't use this as a leading signal. We have to wait for one of these to show that weakness and loss of momentum, and we'll get the move on NQ. I'm hoping that RTY gives us the signal here, because this will be a really nice breakdown if we hold this and then start to show that weakness. But again, I'm flat, just waiting for the break, waiting for something real. See if 60-70 holds offer on retest for a lower high. That would be like the only trade that I'd consider. If that holds a lower high here. We want to look in and then immediate rejection, basically like right now. Or this is just not worth. Because all we've done is bounce our low, showing that value is still here, And then all we've done is come up into our seller and shown that our seller is still here. So like either this is now going to flip supportive and then we go up, or we'll continue to show a lower offer here and then 60 to 7 will be playable for a short. If it flips bid from all of our lows, then we want to see like a very sustained buy above, and then we can play that for rotations back up to like 900. But like 60 to 70, you want to remain offer, and then you want this to push below 50 here for downside. We just need to see a break. We need a shift of something. So either you're willing to try the top edge or you're willing to play the low. And that's really all I see. Surely we don't stick in this range until close, right? He's Bobby in the YouTube. I forgot about Bobby. Holy crap. See if they absorb here, and then if we look back below, or if this flips supportive. The only thing that I see, honestly. Other than just playing the low edge where that buyer is at 30s. Where did all my templates go? What's going on? Again, first risk off is in a 50 if you're playing 60-70. If we can get the full rotation, then you know where to expect. Take out these lows. Why is my footprint like glitching out right now? What's going on? It's like all my templates got deleted as I was logged in. What's going on? Yeah. I'm not sure. See if this bid can flip this. It's so important. Darian. How do you do that, man? Pretty solid higher low from our 50 PT, from our short from 60-70. It's our first attempt to look above. See if buyers can sustain. We can see that they're definitely trying. Get me out of here, man. They're absorbing the living hell out of the 70, man. But like we can't do anything with it. That's the issue. It's like this is just gonna punish them. Like bids continue to maintain higher lows and there's no shift below 30s. Like we just squeeze. I don't get what's happening. Just feels like such a terrible spot to attempt shorts for on the push above. Like until we show interest below, like what? I don't know. I don't understand the logic. Like why wouldn't you just try into 900 again into our value edge? Like why load so heavy here? What's the thought process? We have 2 minutes till MOC. Not even. We have a minute and a half, right? Or am I wrong? Yeah, no, we have a minute till MOC. I'm not taking anything. Someone's getting absolutely ruined here in a minute and a half.
1 minute to go to the market on close imbalance data.
I'm good. Not going to be me. Yeah, dude, it's just failures on both sides. This is disgusting. But like the thing is like if they continue to fail to shift below that 810, 830, like we're gonna go up. And it's gonna be violent. If it wasn't MOC, I'd be shorting this 60 again for an attempt. But with MOC, I have zero faith in either side. So I'll let it be.
10 seconds.
Like if we had 2 hours left, that would have been a good look above and fail for this offer here.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 1 billion. Nasdaq 100 sell side 382 million. Dow 30 sell side 625 million. And Mag 7 sell side 169 million.
Okay. We're just watching to see if they can sustain here above 70, 60. It is so important that we see a side break this. If I don't see a side break either below that 30 to 10, 810, or above this 70 to 60 and actually be able to sustain a bid for more than 5 seconds, I won't touch this action. Just letting you know. Yeah, I totally am right there with you. Peace, man. Have a good rest of your day.
So just a reminder, in about 10 minutes time, Trump is due to participate in an ambassador credentialing ceremony. It's closed press and it's at the Oval Office. Obviously, we'll try and find a video and pop it out for you in the feed.
Later, Sparrow. What is this? What a messy close. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is I'm not trading it.
So a reminder, at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we get earnings for Oracle Q4 2025 with an EPS estimate of $1.64 and a revenue estimate of $15.59 billion.
4 minutes left. Hit value low on NQ off of the hold of 70s. I'm not playing it. This is way too liquid for me. Yeah. I mean, the thing is like, it's one of those things where our areas are playing out, but it's too choppy for me to get and execute a tight stop. And so like I don't want anything to do with it because I'm not in at the low, right? So it's just like, not worth it. It's like, yeah, yes, could you have made 20 points into 90, right? From 70? Yes, definitely. But how many times are you stopped out looking for that 60 70 to actually hold, and are you just basically break even and probably negative from fees? It's too high. Just not worth the risk unless you're in from the low edge, which was a perfectly fine play, or the 50 bid, right? We knew those two levels. We knew 30 and we knew 50, and we know that there's a seller sitting here just absorbing into 70 to 90. And without this breach above, I just am not comfortable with it personally. Don't have enough info. Like you've got Russell diverging from ES and NQ. ES looks by far the best with us recovering our value edge.
So reminder, Trump is due to be at an event participating in the ambassador credentialing ceremony.
It is what it is. We had some really great trades today. Don't need to catch every move. Kind of a really lame close, though, to be honest. Hopefully you guys had a decent day. You learned something. Yeah. Nothing really else to say. That is the close. I will see you all tomorrow. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens overnight. This was very weird. I am definitely going to be watching these levels tomorrow. Other than that, though, not a ton else to talk about. Are there any questions before I dip, or are we good?
5 minutes to go till we get earnings from Oracle Q4 2025 EPS estimate of $1.64, a revenue estimate of $15.59 billion.
Let's mark this as green. And then this is this super tight auction that we just played. Let's just write this down that this area is buyers absorbing. Sellers absorbing. Just so that we have it marked tomorrow, just in case. So we can look and see how we play around it overnight. Let's change that to red. Let's call this balance high. Bal high. See if we can maintain that. All right, that's probably all the prep I'll do. Later, Jason. Later, 60. All right. Good night, everyone. Talk to you all tomorrow. Peace.